Good morning, traders. Today is Wednesday, March 31st. My name is Charles, and this is the Pirate Traders live stream. All right, guys. Well, I could go through this all again, or I could just send you to go watch yesterday's live stream. Watch the first 5 minutes of that. My MO today, exactly the same as yesterday. Okay, so basically, same MO as yesterday. We had the overnight inventory stayed completely inside the previous day's range, which was completely inside the previous day's range. So this is just continued balance. It's just that rubber band we talked about yesterday getting stretched out more. It's that spring getting, tightened up more, and we're just building pressure. So I'm going ahead and I'm labeling this high here the balance area high, and this high here the balance area low. And so balance rules are in place at these levels, which is if the market gets up to here and it pushes higher, that's a test and go. If it hits up and it fails and it pulls back down, that increases the odds it will rotate to the opposite end of balance. Same thing on the downside. If we get down here to the low and then we find support, expect it to rotate back up to the top. But if we don't, expect further downside continuation. The only thing I will add is I think we could probably also treat yesterday's high in the same way, just because of these huge nodes of volume that are like just directly above it. I would say if we push above yesterday's high, come back down and find support, that's a good long trade to rotate higher. Okay, so that'll be what I'm watching initially first thing in the day. What happens when we push above yesterday's high? Do we just look above and then fail and pull right back in? Or do we have continuation higher? And then the same thing on the downside. As long as we continue to trade inside of yesterday's range, I probably won't take any trades, at least not for the first few hours of the day, because it's just too risky. The market can do exactly what it did yesterday. It can just bounce around in here and go nowhere. Okay. Also, we're opening inside the previous day's range, increasing the odds that we will have chop early in the day, that the market will just grind around. So, yep, probably going to be a quiet morning. But let's see what happens. Oh, also worth mentioning that the options expiry is today, the quarterly options expiry. So sometimes that causes a muted market as well, meaning a market much like yesterday where it just balances in a smaller range. That is quite common on an options expiry, so just something to keep in the back of your mind. Market internals opening bullish. Okay, so I take back what I said a minute ago. I won't treat this like it's a balance area high. Just because we opened just a few ticks from it, we may grind up and down through this level. But once again, the idea is if we can find support in these nodes, that's a very strong trade to go along with it. Taper on the bottom is terrible here. 1,800 contracts in 8. That's likely to be refilled. So yeah, I do expect some chop here. Holy moly, I'm loving all the activity in the chat. I don't know if I could keep saying good morning to everybody individually. This is getting intense. Scott, good morning to you. David, good morning. Good morning. Rocky, good to see you. Got the first thumbs up. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. FRM, good to see you. Steven, good to see you. Kai, good morning to you. Philip, good to see you. Gianfranco, I don't know if I said that right, but welcome. Good morning to you as well. Deke, good to see you. Miles, welcome back. Good to see you. Rocky, hi. John, Jeff, Angelo, Phoenix, Philip, Donkey, everybody's here. Good to see you guys. Good morning. David and Armando, good to see you guys. Asif, as always, good morning. Parlin, good to see you. Slade in the house. Jonathan R., welcome. News Blip is here. Good to see you as well. All right. Well, that's all the good mornings. Now let's watch the market. Yeah, Kalina, I don't talk about my trades anymore on here. I used to do that. As a matter of fact, I used to show them on screen as I was taking them, but I just found it affected my performance as a trader. It put a lot of extra pressure on me to feel like I was right. And so a lot of times I would jump out of trades much sooner than I should because I would lose confidence because there's just added pressure of like the random strangers watching you take a trade, and when it goes against you, you just feel like a loser, So I stopped doing that. Occasionally from, here and there, I'll mention like, okay, I'm jumping into a long here or I'm doing this, but it's really more for like the educational purposes to try to help people understand the way I read the market and the way I make decisions. But no, I don't want to talk about my trades so that people can follow them. Yeah, that's a terrible idea. Plus, also, I a lot of times, will enter a trade with a certain plan. So I might have said like, okay, cool. We pushed above yesterday's high, put in some volume, feels like we're finding support. So I go long right here, right? But then like 2 seconds later, I might click over, see something weird in the ticks, and then just mark it out of my position even faster than I could hop on the mic and say it. So in that case, you might lose money because you didn't get out as fast as me. So this channel is meant to be used for educational purposes. Focus on trying to read the market profile yourself so that before I jump on the mic and say something, you already recognize it. You already know it's there. That's the goal. Okay, market internals looking great. So this is one of those examples that we talk about all the time of nuance. I don't trust this push higher, and I'll tell you why. Because we're still inside this range, the larger balance area, and because we have these 8 contracts at the low. So I have a feeling at some point this just rotates up and down a little bit here. If I'm wrong, I'll be looking to enter once we get up to this level. If we push through here at 39.7150, if we push through and come back down and find support, I'll go long there. Or if we get up to this level and then fail, it gets a tick or two above and then pulls back in, I'll go short with that. But as long as it's inside this range, I'll probably just let it chop. David, the market internals is when I click over to this other screen. It's just these 4 here. The breadth, the advancers versus decliners, and then the ticks for the 2 big indices. Or not indices, the NASDAQ and the NYSE. Okay, building up some volume right here at this closing price from 2 days ago. It's a good sign, bringing in more buyers. Yeah, Maker, that was the combination of the fact that we had opened inside the previous day's range and the cessation of one time framing. Let me expand out yesterday. So in the B period, the low, I'm sorry, the high of the B period was under the high of the A period, and the low was under the low. So we were one time framing lower. So in the C period, when the C got 2 ticks above the B, that's when I called it rotational, because that is a signal that the market wants to rotate. It's not trending. All right, well, there's buyers in this market. Yeah, Miles, I love the advice that Michael gives you. Get up and walk away. That kind of is the trick sometimes, right? Yeah, that feeling that you have where you know this probably isn't a good location to go long, yet you still want to do it. That's FOMO, right? That's the fear of missing the move higher. But I can maybe reassure you in the fact that if the market's going to push higher and make new all-time highs today, it will have to push above the high from 2 days ago and then come back down and find support. It's not just going to go in a straight line nonstop forever. Okay, so if you're feeling that FOMO like you missed it, let it push up here, come down, find support. You get a much better trade risk reward. Sure, you miss the profits from here to here, but you don't risk this sucker pulling right back down, which it could easily do. We're still inside this range. So, yeah, I mean, that's just, you got to find tricks to fight that FOMO. Maybe it's just get up and walk away. When did we decide longs were okay? When we broke out of the initial balance of the day. Um, yeah, so it was right here in the K period when we broke above this E high. That was when it was okay to go long, but then we literally failed, right? We pulled right back in. So the day was rotational the whole day. And it was okay, by the way, on a rotational day, you go long and short, right? You go long any of these TPOs that popped below value, you could go long on all these. You can go short on all these. Okay, so one trade that just jumped out to me. I'm trying to teach you guys how I don't look for trades. I just look at what the market is doing. And then the trades just talk to me. They speak to me. They whisper in my ear. The one that just spoke to me was if the market pulls back down into, we got these little nodes of volume around the POC from 2 days ago and 2 nights ago. Okay. So if the market floats back down into this range, I could go long and then just put my stop right below yesterday's high. And so if this turns into a look above and fail and we rotate back down into yesterday's range, I immediately get out of that trade and I only have to risk a couple of points. Maybe I never get my chance, but that would be a safer trade than trying to go long here. Trade Whisper, Fragrance by Charles. Donkey, what's the sour hour? Okay, so yeah, price action staying up here, but the internals starting to push their way down a little bit, increasing the odds the market needs to chop a little bit here. All right, got a little poor high we created here in the B period with a weak B period high. Need to get 2 ticks of excess above that for it to be a good high. Still not much happening here. I know it feels like the market's about to shoot like a rocket ship, but I'm keeping an eye on these internals. I'd like to see this sort of downtrend in the ticks. I'd like to see that break. Get a little green candle above. That would make me feel bullish. Or if we get 2 ticks of excess to the upside, we will be one time framing. Miles, I don't know what trend line you're talking about, but yes, I mean, in general, if the NASDAQ is very bullish, which it sure looks like it is, that will pull the ES with it. So that would be good. Thank you. 40 likes. Holy moly. I wasn't even looking at that happen. Jesus, thank you guys. That's a great way to start the day. And LB74, welcome. On what, the daily? Is he looking at the NQ on the daily, or like an intraday chart? Oh, yeah, I see it on the daily. Yeah, you're right. As far as I can tell, we did break out of it. All right, so there's your 2 ticks. So now we are officially one time framing higher, which is bullish. Okay, starting to get that green tick, that break of the downtrend. It officially happened. Yeah, I feel good. I feel like we're going to go take out this high. So the question is, once we get above this poor high, what does the market do? You'll probably get a little bit of a, a stop run, right? Like there'll be some people with some stops here that on shorts, so they'll cover those shorts and it'll push a little higher. But then when it pulls back down, does it find support around this level? Or does it continue back down into this balance area? Let's wait and see. Salmon River, thank you. I think I'm likable. Yeah, Miles, there's two entries long that I see here. One is a push above the poor high from yesterday or from 2 days ago. Okay, the balance area high. And then we come back down and find support. I wouldn't buy it the moment it goes above, because if it's a look above and fail, if it goes above and pulls back in, it could rotate all the way down to here. So I don't want to be stuck in a long trade. So I would wait for it to go up, pull back down, and then find support, and then go along with it. Or now that we've got one time framing, and the internal, oh well, the internals are, they went back down on me. You bastards. I was going to say, if the internals were turning green and looking good, then a pullback down into this volume node here might find support. And so that might be a good spot to go long with like a, a pretty tight stop if it doesn't find support in this node of volume. But now with the internals looking like this is when you get chop. This is when you get a market that looks like it wants to push higher, and then out of nowhere it pulls right back down and just goes up and down. So let's be patient. Let's wait for the right opportunity. It's coming. It'll be a long day. Yeah, Asif, I hate those 8 contracts at the low. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. It is not good taper. Um, it's just it basically just shows in terms of two-sided trade, like the auction process. It just shows that nobody got a chance to do business down there. Especially because it's one tick below the open. It's like somebody was ready to go long the second the market opened and it never even got a chance to test down here. And the market, it wants to give all those buyers and sellers a chance to do business. So yeah, that increases the odds the market needs to rotate down and repair it. But at the same time, like I said, I'm kind of treating this like a look above and fail type of level, like a balance area high, even though it isn't technically one. So it's like if it pulls back down, I should hope it stays above this high. A rotation back down could lead us to, the opposite end of balance. Let's see, though. They're coming in. They're buying it. Yeah, the main thing that's happening here is just rotation, right? They're selling the Dow. They're buying the NASDAQ. And the S&P is stuck in the middle with you. Yeah, it's tricky. It's just early, guys. It's early in the day. We opened inside the previous day's range. We expect for the first hour at least to just have chop. So let's let the market work itself out here. As far as a long position, if you got long in this node of volume, you could put your stop below the value area, or you could just wait for the cessation of one time framing. As long as the lows continue to be higher, you just stay in your trade. If we break this low of the A period, then we are probably going to rotate the rest of the day inside the balance area, just like yesterday. Excellent point, Donkey. That's probably a big part of what's happening. That's why Jim Dalton always mentions when there's a balance. I mean, sorry, a options expiry day, because sometimes the market just does funky stuff, or a lot of times it just has very muted volatility because there's just a lot of things in the works being unwound and new things being wound. So as of now, that 65 level looks like it's holding. Jonathan R., I feel like your comment is from a different day. These internals look bad. They're all trending bearish. And we're way above the overnight. Was that comment for like first thing this morning? Welcome, Chris, and welcome, Rob. Jonathan, that makes perfect sense. Um, yeah, so we almost had the cessation of one time framing there. And just the feel of this is starting to feel rotational, isn't it? Look at the wicks and the candlesticks. The internals that are going opposite the price. So yeah, this is starting to feel like I'm feeling less bullish, but I'm going to keep myself in the stance of being bullish until we get the cessation of one time framing, which right now we do not have. The C period has to get 2 ticks below the B in order for it to be over. Jesus, 54 likes at 7:30 in the morning? This is amazing. Thank you guys. Really appreciate the support. Wow. That's awesome. I hope it doesn't turn out into a really boring rotational day where the market doesn't go anywhere. Now that you've all given me so much love. I think we did. Let me go back and look. Yes, sir. Weak low on the H. But remember, 1 week reference isn't that big of a deal. We can leave that behind. Just for the record, Lahab, if you're ever trying to make me happy, expensive whiskey will always do the trick. So I'm just putting that out there. I do have a favorite whiskey. It's not an expensive one. It's a super cheap one, which is actually Jameson. But most of the time I drink Black Label. Welcome, Matt. Good to have you. Feel free to ask any questions if you have no idea what you're looking at and you think this is the Matrix. Am Gossel, from your lips to God's ears. Let's do it. Maybe it's my Irish roots, man. Don't judge me. I like bourbon too. I like all the whiskeys. Honestly, I like all the alcohols. So that's another conversation. Glenfiddich is amazing. Okay, so there we go. The one time framing held, the trend held, and we pushed higher. We have now repaired the poor high that we had left behind from, I can't tell because it looks like 329. Um, so now the question becomes what happens to the market here, right? Do we continue to push higher and then pull back in and find support? Or do we fail and pull back down into this range, into this balance area? Let's see what happens. Oh, Phoenix, I wish the market listened to me. Wouldn't that be nice? But yeah, I mean, if this trend continues, the all time high is a guarantee. It's so close. The market does appear to be finding support here. We still have these couple of price levels here at 96 that are a little thin on volume. But as long as the market is finding support, that is bullish for continuation. Deke, I couldn't agree more. If you're going to drink bleach, you got to let it air out. You know what I mean? It's just, who are these animals that just open up the bottle and drink it right away? They're crazy. Man, these internals are just really being rude today. They are signaling the market's going to rotate back down. So we really want to fill this last little node here that only has 1,200 contracts, put some volume in here, and then work our way back above this high. Because the more time we spend down here, the more likely this was a fail, and we're going to pull back. Yeah, Miles, we don't know yet. Um, when I say the market pushes above and then comes back down and finds support, it doesn't mean exactly at that price level. It just means psychologically, right? The market got above the high, and so now the buyers start to enter. They start to get excited. They start licking their lips. Um, so yeah, I mean that could happen anywhere around this level. Um, we needed to backfill a little bit. We didn't quite get down to this one contract with only 1,200 contracts here. It's one price level. But yeah, so it's not a look above and fail yet. But the more time we spend below here, the more likely that is. So we really want to get back above. In this moment, the person I really feel sorry for the most is Fausto. And I'll tell you why. Because for weeks, he's been trying to spark up conversation about comic book movies in the chat, and no one's no one is interested. And I mentioned the word whiskey one time, and it's on. So I think we know who our demographic is here. Yeah, for what it's worth, I always trust market profile references over market internals. So to me, the one time framing here, the fact that the market tried to get the cessation in one time framing and failed, that's a little more powerful than the internals, in my opinion. But it is weird to see them. I guess they're starting to trend up here in the ticks on the NYSE. And Trading Donkey, I totally understand. Been there a million times. Slade's going short just a few dollars higher up here at 77. Thank you, Asif. Excellent point. That is weak. Okay, we got some single prints now in the C period. Those will likely need to be backfilled a little bit. Getting tricky because we're right on that balance area level, right? Okay, the D period is weak here too, creating a poor high. Sorry, guys, got distracted for a second there. Creeping wall worry, sure. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't know how much of this is people not wanting to hold long and just the rebalancing that the market is going through right now. I should say that getting above this balance area high should bring in buyers. And so the fact that that's not really happening is interesting. That's worth noting. And yes, the fact that we're getting, we had the poor high, it only got one more tick, so it's still poor. That's just an indication that they're shorting the shit out of this. They're not even letting it get 2 ticks above this high. So they're looking at these candlesticks and they're trying to short it down. That's what they think is going to happen. So it's like I said, it's a tricky place to be stuck in. We're right on this balance area high. We got 2 week references below. We got the single prints in the C period and the week C period low. So it's like to repair even the first of those two, we have to pull back into the balance area, increasing the odds of a rotation to the opposite end. So it's a dangerous place to be right now. I can tell you, I averaged in on the way up, so my entry is at 39.68. So I've got my stop at 39.68.75, which is like right here. So if they fill the single prints, but they don't go any lower, I'll stay in my trade longer. If I get taken out, that's fine. I'll just watch the market, see if we get below C period. If it goes rotational, then I start my rotational trading. So I've got no emotional attachment to what the market does here. And being open to the market's information from its perspective is making me feel like it wants to rotate back down. But then as soon as I say it, we're starting to see a little bit of a trend up, not on the NASDAQ. So yeah, it's just tricky time. It takes patience. Don't be in the trade if you don't have any confidence or you don't have a plan to get out. Let the market do what it's going to do. But on the question of short covering, absolutely. Particularly once we get above the overnight high, you'll see a big push of short covering rally. This is not great taper either for a high. 20,000 contracts, 6,250. Like that's insane. Absolutely, Ryan. If we pull back down into this balance area, it would be not only possible, but very common for the market to rotate down to the bottom of balance, right? We did it with the previous balancing area. So this was the balancing area. And then look, we looked above it, spent only a tiny bit of time above it, and then pulled back down. And then the next morning, what do we do? Opposite end of balance, right? So pulling back down into balance here could lead to a big sell-off. Okay, we repaired all but one of those single prints. That remaining single print in the C period is weak. The charting platform I use is called Window Trader. It's window spelled without a W at the end. Window Trader. I don't generally, I sometimes do have like, when I enter a trade, I'll go like, I'm entering here, I'm going to take profits here, and my stop loss is here. Like I do that sometimes, but almost always, particularly getting out of a trade, it's almost always market. I just go based on instinct. Or I get stopped out. Okay, the support is there. They're going to try to repair that poor high. So the website is windowtrader.com. They've got two different types, Window Trader Blue, Window Trader Light. Light is the cheaper of the two, and that is the one that I use. Yeah, so Philip, that's a great point. I think you're referring to when I was talking to Fausto about one of his stops. And basically what he had done is, I can't remember where his levels were and stuff, but the idea was like he had gone long, like say right here, and had put his stop like way down here. But the location was excellent. It was like the probability of that stop getting filled was very, very minor. It was like if the market pulled all the way down to there, it would find support before filling that stop. So I looked at that and I was like, an experienced trader, that's what they would do. But with him in particular, with just this one person, what I think he should work on is exiting trades immediately when he's wrong. So that putting a stop all the way down there, in my opinion, is him like hoping that the market will come back and prove him right. You know what I mean? So that was more talking about the lesson of like trying to train his psychology better in that one particular instance. But yeah, I always think the best place to put stops is where the trade is wrong, right? Like where the trade is not going to work for you. So for example, right now, let's say you were long, you could put your stop 2 ticks below the C period low, right? Because if the D period gets down here and gets 2 ticks below the C period low, that's the cessation of one time framing. That's going to cause a rotation. So you'd want to exit. You're wrong there. But then you'd have to accept losing all this money if it comes down there. So if for you, the way you trade, your account size, your position size, if you can't handle that much, then you put the stop at whatever point you can. The number one goal is always to protect your capital. Don't worry about making money. The profits will take care of themselves. Just worry about not losing money. When you're first starting out, that is the goal. Just focus on not losing money. You can worry about making it later. I hope that helps. John, you've been long since 1820, so you've been long for like 5 years or like 10 years probably. Yeah, Miles, it is starting to feel that way. I don't know if the internals can continue to kind of push higher here. That's a good sign. I mean, if you look at the ticks, right, the pattern's freaky looking, but they really aren't getting that low in terms of actual numbers. It's just, this cracks me up when you see this. 26,000 contracts at 72.50, 200 contracts at 74. Obviously they want to do business higher. Yeah, if you can put your stop where I have mine, which is just a tick below the single prints here. My stop's right here. So the market can come down, fill that single print, and then work its way higher. But yeah, if that's the fun of trading, when you really figure out how it works. So if you wanted to be a trader who has the longer stop, meaning your trades work in your favor more often, you want to do smaller position sizing, right? So that's the trick to it, is you keep your position sizing small enough that the market can go this far against you, and as long as it turns around and goes back, you're good. You don't have anything to worry about. But yeah, learning to protect your capital is the most important thing. So that means it's okay to get stopped out over and over and over again. You can have 10 losers in a row where you get stopped out. As long as that one winner, you let it go, it'll make back all the money you lost and more. Yeah, let's take a look at the NQ real quick. Wait, did you have a gap on the NQ this morning? Oh boy. Look at that. I didn't even notice that. You got a gap and go scenario here, guys, on the NQ. starting to form a little bit of a P shape. Okay, P shape meaning that it's more short covering and less new money buying. You are one time framing higher, and you have a lot of single prints here in the B period. Where are you in comparison to all-time highs? Long way from your all-time highs. Okay. Got good taper on the high. So it could be a good high in the NQ. Got the single prints below. Those need to be backfilled. But you might find support just above them in this node of volume at around 1377, 13077. Yeah, Ryan, that might be a good short. Looking at the chart here. You got a good high. You got single prints. You're starting to form a P shape. I think you might be right, my friend. But you are right at the POC. So. Oh, here we go. Filled that single print on the ES. All right, my stop just filled, so I'm now flat. We're backfilling that random level that only had 1,300 contracts. So now what I'm watching is if the market trades down, what happens down here? Do we get 2 ticks below? If the market trades back up and gets above the balance area high, I might be looking to go long again. Just as a little anecdote for you guys to put in your cap with your feather. I think I used that expression wrong. On trending days, on days where the market is one time framing higher, I never, ever, ever go short. I always just buy the dip and then sell the rally. So that's just something to note. Going short on a trending day is much, much harder than going long. Jonathan R., I don't look at pivots. I do look at simple moving averages, the main one being this 20 simple moving average on the 15-minute candles. I find that one to be very, very good for intraday trade. And then I look at the 20, 50, and 200 moving average at the beginning of the day before I start trading on the monthly and weekly and daily charts, just as references for where the market is and what direction it's going. Okay, this D period low is also weak. Still 2 weak references below. Sure does, Miles. But remember, we're still trending, so this could just be a dip, right? Any point between where the price currently is and 2 ticks below the C period, the market could pull down and then go right back up. You could draw like a trend line from here to here and imagine those lows. It could come down to that trend line and then rotate back up. Daniel, great question. How did I come up with this level as the balance area high? This is one of those, Jim Dalton says trading is an art, not a science. There's nothing specific to it. I just kind of go by eye. So what I was looking at was when we broke out of this balance on all these crazy single prints, we had this crazy spike on the 26th, okay? I immediately thought to myself, the high is probably the high of a balance area and the base of the spike is probably the low. So then the next day we traded pretty much in that range, but a little bit higher on the high, a little bit lower on the low. So I just made that the balance area high and the balance area low. And then the remaining overnight, next day, and next night all respected that balance area. Remember, balance areas, you trade to the top. If you don't get higher, you trade back down to the bottom. If you don't get higher, you trade back up, back down. Sorry, came down, up, down, and then back up. Absolutely. Love me some POC. That's the point and control, the green letters here, and I do use that. I don't pay much attention to it on a trending day. Right now the market is trending higher, so I'm not too worried about the POC because if the market continues to push the price higher, the POC will keep going higher and higher throughout the day. But if we go rotational, that will become a very important level. Okay, this D low is still weak, only 1 tick from the B high. Okay, so the E period. I just realized my mic was off. So we're still one time framing higher in the E period here. You don't fight one time framing. Okay, this is an indication that the trend is still strong. So earlier when somebody asked where was a good place to put their stop if they were long up here, and I said if you wanted the safest place to put the stop, it would be below the C period because that would be the cessation one time framing. Now you can move that up to 2 ticks below this E period. So now you have less risk, right? Your patience, trusting the one time framing, staying in the trade, gave you a little safer trade. The only things that I plug in are these support resistance levels that I mark here. Everything else is just done automatically by the software. Yeah, Philip, I'll send you mine. I don't want to send you Jim Dalton's just because that seems unethical. But yeah, I've made a few adjustments to it, and so I can send you this one. Just reach out to me through direct message on like Twitter or Facebook or something. Trading Donkey, yes, yes. Let the volatility flow through you. You can't see me, but I'm doing the finger thing at the same time. Yeah, Nathan, I did get back in for 2 contracts, and I'm thinking about adding 2 more here. Stop just below that E period low. I have it at 68.25. Well, technically, it's a loser right now. My entry was at 71. So right now, it'd be a loser. But adding to winners is one of those, like, when you're a pro type of things. You know what I mean? First, just get profitable. First, just with even just one contract, go a few weeks or a month where you just consistently get it right. And then you try to add that as a new skill on top. How do I add to it? Where do I add to it? So on and so forth. That's like that's one of those skills you just set aside for later. The balance area change. So just to be clear, what you see here that says balance area high, that's the larger balance area that's been going on for the last 3 days, or I guess 4 days now. That's this balancing area. That won't change. Okay? That's going to stay the same. But if you're talking about this blue box, which is called the value area, that does change as the day continues. It just shows me wherever 70%, it's actually like 68% of the trade took place for the day. Okay, now that we're talking about value is higher than yesterday, which is bullish. One time framing, which is bullish. 2 poor references above, 2 weak references below. More bullish than bearish. We pulled the POC higher this morning. Bullish. So I'm just constantly running this narrative through my head. What's bullish? What's bearish? Which is more powerful? Which is more potent? Right now, I really think they want to go test this level. Another thing to keep in mind, all this volume that's been taking place, I didn't add to it. Oh no. I was busy talking and I forgot. All of this that's taking place here, this is two-sided trade. So there's people that are going short. They're piling on these shorts. That's why we got the poor high. So what's going to happen when they give up? Short covering rally. Can happen very quickly. So, Slade, you have an excellent track record here, so I definitely trust that you're a good trader. I totally believe in your system. I love the idea of your short. But just out of curiosity's sake, can you explain like why your logic is that way? Like the market is trending higher. Why wait for it to push higher and then short it as opposed to just going long like from here to 77? I'm just trying to figure out why you go against the trend. Ah, so you are the innovator trader. You're trying to get the pivot. See, when I try to do that kind of trading, I just pull my hair out. I just go nuts. Cause I'll always be like one tick off too. Like I'll say it's gonna be 77 and it'll go, 76, 75. And I'll be like, motherfucker, I'll miss it by a tick. So yeah, you're an innovator, my friend. I'm an early adopter. Okay, so we got a good high now. Philip, it's if you're asking me personally, it's like I don't recommend people trade the way I trade. So I'm not trying to teach you my system, but I did just move my stop up from underneath here to just underneath the balance area. So it's now at 39.70.50. My idea just being we put in all this volume. If the market rotates back through that again, it's likely to continue further downside. Ryan, that is an excellent observation, and also what we expect on a trend day, right? On a trend day, we expect the market to just keep pulling the POC up with it all day long. That's what we want to see. It means the fairest price to do business is getting higher and higher and higher. That's what keeps the trend going higher. This is the slowest, grindiest trend, though, I've ever seen. There we go. Is that some shorts covering? Thanks, guys. Totally, Solomon. That's very, very common and a problem that I had. It's like it's hard to understand how trends keep going. You always just think, oh, because you get when you don't understand the difference between a balanced day and a trend day, you think all days function the same. So on a trend day, you're expecting that reversion to the mean. I remember when I used to be a VWAP trader, I would take, I would start taking trades because we were so high above the VWAP. I'd be like, how is this possible? How are we not pulling back to the VWAP? And then all day long, the market never pulls back to the VWAP and just keeps going higher and higher. So the first trick is to learn to recognize what kind of day is it. Is it a rotational day or is it a trend day? And then you know what to look for. I mean, look at this. You could just draw a beautiful trend line right down the bottom here. And you got your trend. And they'll just keep doing it. They'll do it all day long. And you'll know when they stop because you'll get the sensation of one-time framing. Okay, this is good taper. I don't love 42 contracts on the high, but this is good taper and could be a good high. Ryan, we're joking, right? We're making a joke about 4K. We're being funny, right? We're being sarcastic. Let's see. I mean, you know me. I'm open to the market doing whatever it wants from its perspective. Um, I just feel like we'd have a lot faster tempo on a push higher if that's what the market wanted to do. My instinct, along with the guys that want to short here, is I think we just repair the poor high, get a little, short covering up here, and then the market rotates down. I just deleted that balance area high level because I feel like we spent enough time above it that it's not a look above and fail at this point. Now this is a new market doing a new thing. Okay, need to repair this single print in the E period. Jonathan, I don't know what you're talking about. What pump and dump? Was it an individual stock or something? Yeah, I'm not familiar with what happened with that, but I agree with Solomon here. Out of all the online gurus that I found, I tried, man. I took educational courses with a bunch of different people and signal services and all these different things. And the one that is true and real and reliable is Peter Resnicek. He's just a very, very skilled trader who is willing to share that with people. And yeah, so if a stock that he mentioned ended up having a pump and dump, I don't think he had anything to do with it. It would have just been coincidence. Also, keep in mind anything crypto related, they're not really pump and dumps. That the market just has insane volatility. It's just the way it is. So I don't know. All right, so for those of you monitoring my trade, I just moved my stop to a tick above break even, and I put a take profit order at 98.7825, so one tick below the all-time high. Just because I feel like even if we get above that high, we'll probably come back down to repair this single print, so that might give me another entry long if I wanted to keep trading it. So can't lose money now. Just sitting back and relax. Angelo, are you talking about the price level? Maybe you need to refresh. Your video might not be synced up with real time. Of course, you won't know that because you won't hear me say this for another like 5 minutes. Ratish, basically, what I think you're saying is like weaker hand short term traders to like longer term, bigger money traders. And the way that you recognize that is in the number of weak references that you create. The more weak references that you create, the more likely that that's just short term weak hands traders. Just because the larger players, they have to kind of leg their way in. They can't jump in right at a particular. So, for example, it's not big money players who are buying, this trend line. They aren't doing that. They can't do that. They're slowly legging in. They're buying into all these little red candles, slowly legging into it. So that's pretty much the only way you can do it as far as I'm aware. Did I say 98 for my exit? No, no, 78. One tick below this all-time high. Yeah, Steven, I'm a little shocked at how much they all attacked you. We all got very emotional in defense of Peter Resident Check. Oh, you got some Peter fans up in here. Yeah, no, do whatever works for you, man. I've been following Peter for years, and I don't trade anything like he trades. I don't trade options, I don't trade spreads, and I don't trade individual stocks. Um, I've literally only paid attention when he talks about market profile. So that's okay, man. To each their own. Yeah, like straight up, Steven, if this was a meeting in real life, you would come back to your car later and find it keyed. These people would spit in your food if they were your waiter. Again, the shape of the profile is less relevant on a trend day, right? You're not going to get a beautiful bell-shaped curve because you're going to keep pushing higher and higher. So the thing to watch on a trend day is one time framing. F period coming all the way down and getting below E period. Or G period printing and getting below F. All right, guys, we're sitting here at 65 likes. The goal is 100 for the day, and we're just a few ticks from the all-time high. Can I get an all-time high thumbs up, please? Let's do it. Let's smash that like button. Okay, good high on the F period here. Good excess. One friggin' tick from filling my order. You can do it. Okay, going flat there. Happy with that. The emotions are getting to me. You guys just witnessed in real time me managing my emotions, managing my mental capital. Okay, so I had a nice little profit there, and now I feel good. And now I don't have to worry for the rest of the day. I can just sit back, relax, and watch the market and wait for a great trade to present itself to me. So I'm looking for the market to get above this overnight high by just at least 2 ticks and then see what happens. Does that cause the rotation back down, or do we continue to trend higher? Watching the 1 time framing. Salmon, stop it. Knock on wood. You know it's inevitable. The bigger a channel grows, the more of those people it attracts. So don't you get it started. That's why I love you high. And how am I pronouncing the L? Salmon. Is that not right? Salmon? L? That's how you pronounce L. Oh, am I just saying the wrong word? Is it salmon? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I'm dyslexic, guys. You got to learn that about me. I fuck up words all the time, and I have no idea. So thank you for letting me know I don't continue to embarrass myself to the world, to 88 strangers. Yeah, for me, trading about 4 years. I was kind of like a hobbyist for the first 3 years, and then this past year, I've taken it full time. Still learning, still growing, but feeling good, feeling confident that I can make a career of this. Thanks, Salmon. No, now that I know how to say it, I'll say salmon. Jesus. Uh, yeah, news blip. If a great opportunity comes my way, I'd take it, and I'd just take a break for however long. Also, my end goal down the line is to make enough money trading. Like I'd like to put aside like $1 million trading, and then use that to pay to shoot my own feature film. Um, Nowadays things have changed so much. You can make a movie for much cheaper than it used to cost. So a low budget independent film can actually look really good. And then there's such a market to buy it, Netflix and all these other streaming services. So you don't have to go through the studio system like you used to. So I figure if I can make some money doing this, I can then use this career to make that career better and vice versa. Okay, so we only got one tick above that poor high. I'd much rather get two before I felt comfortable that the auction might be over. So I think we have another push higher here. Sorry, guys, stepped away for a second. Yep, still one time framing. That's why we watch the one time framing, right? Because there have been a million times today where it felt like the market wanted to go short. The internals have been giving us these weird mixed signals, but we trust the one time framing. As long as the market continues to one time frame, the price will continue to push higher. We still need one more tick of excess above the this overnight poor high. And now we need 2 ticks above the F period poor high to be a good high. So the question that is now is like, okay, Charles, we clearly have a trending day higher. You only go long on a trending day higher. Are you going long here? And the answer is no. It does feel like the move is coming to an exhaustion point. So maybe we do push higher, but I don't know how much higher. So to me, it's not worth taking the risk of going long here, but I definitely am not going short here. Okay? Because I'm not going to fight one time framing. However, if the G period comes down here, okay, it gets 2 ticks below the F period, which would repair this weak single print, then I can go short, right? Because then we're rotational and I'm allowed to go short and long on a rotational day. But until the end of one time framing, I just assume price is going to keep going because that's what it do. And Slade, here's the thing about your point of even if the trade doesn't work out, which I think it will if you're still sitting in that short, I think we rotate down. The only problem with thinking like that is you ignored a very clear signal from the market that it wanted to go higher. And then your short didn't happen the way you thought it would. So I wouldn't, just as a way to like train my brain, I wouldn't let myself feel like that was a success. I would let myself know my mistake was not trusting the one time framing, not trusting the trend, so that the next time it happens, I'm not as confident in that play. That being said, I think you're fine. I think we're going to rotate down. As far as a liquidation break, I don't know that it'll happen like a liquidation, a big emotional drop. It might just be a grind down. Could go either way. But we do have multiple weak references below. We're above value, above the POC. So as soon as we get a good high here, a couple ticks of excess, there's nothing stopping the market from a rotation down. So Rob, one time framing refers to each of these letters, which is a TPO. The low of it staying at least, it's kind of hard to explain. So you're one time framing up if the lows don't go 2 ticks below. They can go 1 tick below the previous letter, but they can't go 2 ticks below. So once they go 2 ticks, that's the end of one time framing. We call that the cessation of one time framing. But as long as the lows don't go 2 ticks below, the market will continue to go higher and higher and higher. And it's one of those magic things that Jim Dalton teaches, and you hear him saying, never fight one time framing like 10,000 times, and you think like, God damn it, bro, quit saying it. We get it. We get it. Don't fight one time framing. But then when you start trading in real life, you realize, fuck, it is such an important rule. Because when a market is trending, it can just keep going all day and you want to stay with the trade. So if you recall earlier in the day when we were like around here, somebody asked me where to put the stop. I said under the cessation of one time framing here in the C period. If I'd have just done nothing else, recognized the trend, gone long, and was just still sitting in my trade right now because we haven't had the cessation of one time framing, look how much profits I'd have. So it's a very simple rule. On a trend day, wait for that cessation, then look to go short. Okay, so we got good excess on the high here. So now it's anybody's ball game. Yeah, so what the excess just refers to is it means that the two-way auction process was able to come to an end. Don't ask me why it's 2 ticks. That's just Jim Dalton. That's what he figured out from years and years and years of watching it, that if it doesn't get at least 2 ticks, the auction didn't come to an end. So yeah, you want to see at least 2 ticks on a high to know that it could pull back. If it's poor, you tell yourself it's probably going to come back and repair that. Doesn't mean it has to pull back at all. It can just keep going. But it just means that if it were to pull back now, that would be healthy. It would be acceptable. Yeah, so Rob, the single prints don't have anything to do with the trend. That's just talking about the high. Okay, it's just saying it's a good high. Means it could keep going up, could go down, could grind in this exact spot. Doesn't matter. It's not bad is all it means. The poor high is bad. We don't want that. The good high just means it's good. That's it. Nothing to worry about. Don't even think about it anymore. The trend has to do with the lows, staying above the previous lows. That's what I'm focused on now. Angela, I'm kind of confused. What do you mean my price? The price is constantly moving. Are you just noticing that my chart doesn't line up perfectly with yours? It could just be because there's a delay, right? There's like a 10-second to 30-second delay depending on your internet and my internet and stuff like that. That might be what you're seeing. My data feed is through bar charts. Holy moly, guys. This is just a trend that won't quit. All right, well, Slade, it looks like you're going to get your 85 level. Get yourself that short. Again, I wouldn't fight the one time framing, but it does have to pull back at some point. The funny thing is the internals aren't that impressive. Normally you'd get something that looks like this, on a trend day, you get this push higher and higher all day long, and it's barely going anywhere. It's very interesting the way it's moving. It must just be rotating. The individual stocks and the options, obviously on the individual stocks, are just getting swapped back and forth between the indices. Thank you so much for the $10 donation. I don't know how to read this name. My Les Track Chain? Sorry. You got to give me a simple name. You got to go by Bob or Bill or Peter if you want me to be able to read your name. But thank you so much for that $10 donation. I really, really appreciate it. Miles, why are you putting in a sneaky name? Oh, you're tricking me right now. This is a trick. You're trying to fool me? I won't be fooled. I won't, Miles. Philip, so if we pull back, where do I think it's going to go? Brother, I have no idea. All I know right now is that it's trending higher and picking up steam. The more time it's spending up here above value, the more buyers it's bringing in. So that's just bullish. So I'm going to assume that any pullbacks that happen will stay above the previous low until it doesn't. Once we get that, we just go through the weak references one by one. So the first target is the unfilled single print. Market comes down there, finds support, could start to go higher again. Same thing with the D period and the C. I will say, though, right now, this is starting to feel emotional. Right? This is starting to feel a little FOMO-y. These are those laggards who watched this whole friggin' move happen, and now they're just giving up and going long. And so this is where the market finds its high. Let's see how far they push it. Slim Shady, as soon as I see your name in the comment, I instantly clinch my butt because I'm like, oh, I missed something. Something's gonna miss here. Okay, so yeah, that's just a further indication. Remember, the more of these weak references that we stack up, the more exponentially powerful they become. Okay, we got good excess on the high and 5 weak references below. Doesn't mean it has to pull back now, but it increases the odds that it's going to pull back. So this one here, this D period low, increases the odds that will come back before these were printed, that will come back to it because there's the C. And then this single print even more increases the odds that we'll come back to the single print because there's 3. And the same thing with the G period because there's 4 and the H period. So just each new one you stack, it's way more likely to get revisited. Jonathan, directly in contact with the Illuminati, as always. Good day, sir. Slade, it's so funny to me that you missed the long to wait for the short. But you'll get it. It'll come in time. Are you talking about the fib that was on my chart? That was from like a week ago when I thought we were going to break out before I asked the chat to give me some fib levels. Am Gossel, are you on right now? You want to tell him where this fib came from? There's another one up here somebody else gave. Yeah, Phoenix gave us this fib at 40.23. I just stuck them in there because I'm not good in blue skies. I'm not good at knowing where to take profits. So I like a nice fib to give me a target. Yeah, the single prints is just where there's only one letter, right? So you can see here in the H, there's no letters to the right or left. Same thing with this E period right here, no letters to the right or left. Miles, absolutely, right? The more long they get themselves, the more they buy above the value area, the more inventory they're building up, right? So that means when the market does start to pull back, that's more people and more volume to get scared and want to liquidate and want to exit their trade. So yeah, the more of these weak references we build up and the more volume we build up above value, and look how high above the POC we are, right? All these people here are paying over the fair price at the moment. So when the market's, who knows what will cause the sell-off to begin, but once it begins, it will likely be quicker because there'll be a lot more emotion. And I can almost guarantee you I know where it's going to happen. Draw a trend line from here to here on the candlesticks, and whenever it breaks that, that's when they'll start freaking out. It's not about the number of trades, it's about the amount of time, right? It was only in there during this half an hour period. Whereas like down here, the market spent an hour and a half. So time regulates the market and volume measures it. So it doesn't matter. The single prints, you're not worried about volume. You're worried about time. Excellent idea. Let's plug those likes. Guys, the goal is 100. We're at 74. There's 96 of you here. Some of you did not push that like button. Pretty please push it. Let's get to that goal. Let's get to that 100. Yeah, so waiting for the cessation of one time framing is a much better short in my opinion. Right? So if you're going to do that, you wait till it starts, and then when it gets 2 ticks below, actually in 7 minutes we're going to print the next letter. So you can almost wait, you'll get the cessation there. But yeah, if you can get the cessation of one time framing above value when you're this high over the POC, that's a great short right there. But they're still pushing. Yeah, the POC is this green line down here, which currently is at 39.6950. Nope, I've got no position on right now. I'm just watching the market, waiting for the break. Yep, the POC is the target, but you might get further liquidation than that, right? There's a lot of people. There's a lot of contracts built up in here. And the fact that we're doing it on these weak references means that it's probably more of short-term traders. So once that liquidation starts, it may liquidate all the way down to the low value. Too early to say right now. I'd also be keeping an eye on the 20 moving average in that liquidation. That might be the support. You down with POC? Yeah, you know me. You down with POC? Yeah, you know me. I'm so sorry, everybody. Blame the Australian. He did it to me. Yep, Miles, you've got it to a T. That is my opinion of what's happening here in the H period. Is that they've got themselves too long. These are the laggard buyers. They're just late. And they're not buying because they're seeing something that's telling them it's a good time to buy. They're buying because they're scared if they don't, they'll miss their chance. And they're overpaying right now. Paying too much money for this market. Yeah, Jonathan R. I use the time POC because that's what Jim Dalton uses. He has just found, from years and years of trading, that the time is more important than the volume. That being said, I watch volume. That's why I have the candles here. So if I had to guess, I'd say the volume POC is probably somewhere around here because that's where the most volume traded. So I'm still keeping an eye on volume, but for POC purposes, I want to know where the market spent the most time. And Scott, you'll never know. You'll never know. What's up? What you doing? Okay. Printing the I period, left two single prints below in the H. Those likely need to be refilled. Backfilled, I mean. I agree with Gain Franco. That's a nightmare, bro. Wish that was your live account. What a beautiful trade that would have been. But then my guess is you wouldn't have taken it in your live account, right? Is that the true? If you'd have gone long way down here, you'd have taken profits like much sooner. But you guys can see why I've rarely ever successfully do it. But the best trade you can do on a trend day is just go long and wait for the sensation one time framing. I'd still be sitting in my trade if I'd have done that. But I always think I'm smarter than the market. I always think I can get out at just the right time. And then it'll pull back. Not this time. It just kept going without me. Okay, another poor high. Again, this is late day laggards coming in here and buying this. We don't know when it'll fall apart, but when it does, it'll come correct. It's a great question, Philip. And it's a basic rule that I have. When the market is trending higher, I do not go short. Just period. I don't do it. And the reason I don't is because I've tried that move so many times in the past and gotten eaten alive. Like I felt like it was going to pull back in the F period. Now the F period's in value. It's a great place to do business. So I'm glad I didn't break my rule and go short there, and I trusted the one time framing. So believe me, I'll go short on this market, but first I got to get one of the lows to get 2 ticks below the previous time frame. Until then, I will not break that rule. I've just learned from that mistake too many times. What's that old saying? Like, the market will stay irrational longer than you will stay insolvent. It will shock you how far these laggard buyers can push the market. But when they run out, there's an opportunity there. But you got to wait for them to run out first. Then you get in. Okay, still poor on the high. Still got the single prints below us. We've also got a clear trend in the ticks here. So what will probably be the first signal that the reversal is about to start is you'll get one red tick that'll just punch through this like kind of trend line on the lows of the ticks here. You'll get one big red one. Boom, that'll punch through, and that might be the first of the selling. Worth keeping an eye on that. Is this it, guys? Are they going to bring in some buyers? We're right on that trend line here. We're right about to break that trend on the ticks. Do we get the cessation here? Do we get 2 ticks below the H period? I wouldn't be worried about like an all-time high. I would see it as support just because of the trend line. That's what they're trying to buy. Is that trend line. Okay, 1 tick. One more, we got the cessation of 1 time framing. The market goes rotational and I go short. Oops, wasn't going to talk about my trades. We need 1 more tick. Watch this market just pull right back up. And answer the question, why 2 ticks? I cannot tell you, my friend. That's just what Jim Dalton has learned from years and years of observing the market. That's the magic number. The letters on my chart are in 2 tick increments. So I guess technically it's 4 ticks that it needs to get if you're talking about literal ticks. But I just call it 2 ticks because it's 2 ticks on this chart. Look at that. Still 1 time framing. They bought the dip. That's why you wait. That's why you wait. Oh, no, look, here we go. We're starting to break that trend. Yeah, it's going to happen. Can you imagine if you were the laggard trader who's buying this right now? You're so excited, you finally got a pullback that you could buy, and you're just eating it up. And at any moment, you're just going to get eviscerated. And then you're going to blame the market. You're going to say it's the market's fault. Yes, a news blip. I'm about to blow your fucking mind. All right. I was in a course with Jim Dalton where somebody asked that question. They were like, wait a second, you say 2 ticks, but your charts are in 2-tick increments. So that's actually 4 ticks. Like, how do you know the difference? And he was like, I just decided. He's like, I used to be in 1-tick increments. And then after COVID, we started getting crazy volatility. So I switched to 2-tick, and now I use the 2-tick increments. And it's like, wait, what? Like, there's no science to this. You just like decided? Yep. That's trading as an art, not a science, folks. He just decided to switch to 2-tick increments because it was unusual volatility, but still only looks for those 2 ticks visually on the chart. Frustrating, right? That's what 40 years of experience will do for you, my friends. We're at 84 likes. We got 99 people watching. If you're new here and you don't know yet, you're going to like it. Hit that like button. Hit that thumbs up. Let's get us to 100. We can do this as a team. $85, that's how high we got yesterday. Can we beat it? Can we beat it? 84. What'd you do? Who did that? Who undid it? Yeah, if you get the software from Window Trader, this like template is called like the Dalton template. Oh, see, I don't agree. It's not Goldman Sachs that's buying this right now. Not in a million years. It's Bob who lives in his basement and just started trading 2 months ago. That's who's buying this. It's the guys with the memes who say stonks only go up. They're the ones buying this. And they feel so good right now. They're like, ooh, look at me. I'm getting such a good deal. We're going to go back up and make higher highs. That's what they think. Man, guess we all were. That's the point. Now I get to be arrogant because I put in the time and effort and learned. Yeah, they're buying it. One time framing continues. The trend is not over. Luke, are we expecting a downtrend? No, I'm expecting a liquidation. I'm expecting that as soon as we start to break these trends, right? These trend lines, that the fear sets in and all the long inventory is going to just liquidate and just fall like a brick. But they could push it up. They could keep pushing it up. We don't know when that starts until we get the cessation of one time framing, until we get those two ticks. The software is like 150 a month, and the data feed I use is like 130 a month. No, Luke, I'm not. I'm not saying a small dip. I'm saying a people will be crying tonight dip. I'm saying a people are going to get margin calls dip. At least to the POC, I'm sure. Or the 20 moving average. You could bring in buyers on this one. 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles. The data feed I use is from barcharts.com, but I'm actually going to switch it because I have technical issues all the time. It's annoying. So I just haven't got around to it, but I do want to upgrade to, I think Rhythmic was the other one. I don't know off the top of my head. IQ feed. Thank you. That was the one I was going to get. Just haven't switched yet. Yeah, Jonathan, I'm in the process right now of signing up for an account with them just so I could try that one and see what it's like. I want to do that one and then also Sierra Charts just to experiment, to have something to talk about on the channel. Because people were always asking me for free alternatives, and it's like, I've never tried anything else. I don't know. That's awesome. I'm glad that you're doing the intensive. Ask lots and lots of questions. No matter how irritated the old man sounds, keep asking because he's a wealth of wisdom. Slade, I will say, if what happens is the market pushes up here, gets a couple of ticks of excess above this poor high, which will bring you right into your 85 number, and then it liquidates, I will be seriously impressed. I'm not going to say that's what's going to happen, but I would be thoroughly impressed. All right, can J-Lo hold? So we now need two more ticks down from here. Mm. Nope, Slade doesn't count. No credit to be given. 0. Dude, they're buying it again. Who's buying these weak references? Man, we've spent so much time up here. The 20 moving average on the NASDAQ has almost pulled its way back to price. That's insane. Okay, there's one tick. No, it's the previous time period. So it's the I now that we have to get 2 ticks below. Man, the more time we spend up here, the more acceptance. We're pulling the moving averages up. We're likely to pull the POC up sooner or later. It's so crazy that we're going to break the trend right on the 20 moving average for the NASDAQ. That's so bizarre. That's very bullish, guys. That shows acceptance. There it is. Sensational one-time framing. Market goes rotational, increasing the odds of a liquidation. But we might not go that far. Now that the 20 moving average is all the way up here, we might find support right there. Yeah, Salmon, this feels bizarre to me. The fact that we're not freaking out all the late day buyers, but the trend up was perfectly normal. Slade, what's your gif? How you gonna tease me but not show me? Still nobody's panicking. Describe it to me. Use your words. I'm Rick James, bitch. I don't see that one popping up in Giphy. All right, the liquidation is underway. First 2 week references repaired. Looking to fill the single prints here. Now we're getting some tempo. Now they're starting to get scared. Found it. I don't know, guys. This doesn't feel like a liquidation. This just feels like a regular pullback. There's no fear in this. Let's see how the NQ does on its 20. Does it find support there? What that could mean is that bigger players, smarter money, is buying up this potential liquidation. Of course, I don't know. I'm just guessing. The J period low is weak because it's the same as the F period low. All right, well, I'm moving my stop a tick below break even on my short here. That's crazy. Yeah, they found support on the 20. Well, folks, that's why time is so important, right? You spend enough time up here, you get acceptance. It's like we talked about with the iPhone. They charge $1,000. A year later, everybody's just used to paying $1,000. Do you have puts that expire today, Donkey, or are they later? Thanks, Algo. Lewis, I'm trying to figure out what play you're talking about. Are you talking about based on one time framing? I don't know why you would wait to go long until above the D period. The play would have been to go long in the either the B or the C period, right? Because the B period was the first one to start the one time framing. But I didn't trust it at the time. Don't know why anybody else would have. So let's say when we didn't get the C period below the B, you went long there. So anywhere in here, you just decided, okay, great, I'm going to go long. Yes. Then if you were waiting for the sensation of one time framing, you would have been long from here, up to 2 ticks below the J. Would have been a very good trade. And the point is, it would have been a very easy trade. You were only watching one thing, just the lows, just waiting for that break. So here's the ultimate question. Okay? Got 98 people watching. Are there 14 of you who haven't hit the like button? What will it take for me to get you to hit that like button? I just need 14 of you so that we can set some records and get to triple digits on the likes. Oh. Well, Slade, you need to log out of your YouTube account, open a new one, click on the video again, and give me another like. Okay. Well, Slade, I mean, I don't know how much props you want. The only way it worked was if you front run it. But yes, props. Your second price level of choice worked out. I'm just fucking with you, bro. $95. Are there 5 of you? 4 of you who like me? Are there any 4 people out there who like me? Yeah, what I'm watching right now is this moving average on the NASDAQ. I feel like if that breaks, we'll get a bigger pullback. Because this inventory did get very, very long. But then at the same time, look at how they're pulling the value area up. Right? We're now inside a value area. So yeah, the more time we spend up here, the more acceptance we're getting. The more volume we're bringing in. So yeah, this will be an interesting M period. I don't know which way to call it. Oh, and it's going to be here in an hour. We are bumping up against my stop. My short is at 39. 39.75 and my stop is at 39.79. We've come close to hitting it like 2 or 3 times. But I'm still short on hopes that we break this 20 moving average and get some continuation to the downside. Thanks, Crypto. We're happy to have you. Rocky, whenever I say J-Lo, I'm thinking J-Lo. I love being like, it's a weak J-Lo. And I feel like I'm the only one that ever gets the joke. Oh, they stopped me. Oh, they stopped me right when they pulled the POC higher. So there it is, folks. This is now the fairest price to do business. The market proved me wrong. So, yep, I think further upside continuation is in order. Austin, yeah, it happens. There's always those people. Can't please them all. But Mangesh, thank you so much. Great opportunity to talk about double distributions. Okay? So if you're unfamiliar with the way we look at market profile, when you have a single print inside of a day like this, and it remains at the end of the day, oftentimes they get refilled, right? The market comes back and fills it in. But if they remain at the end of the day, that shows a change in the market. So that shows that something new happened here and the market is in a new thing, right? So we call it a double distribution, right? And we consider each distribution to be its own day. So the first distribution was just a trending day higher. But then this one, from this single print, the rest of the day is what? Rotational, right? It's just a rotational day. So if this single print remains, likely the market will rotate. Great observation. Thank you for bringing it up. Oh shit, I got to 100. Oh, fucking A. Team, we did it. Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome. Thank you guys so much. You have no idea. That was more exciting than making 10 grand on a trade. Like, I don't know why. Guys, I've been at this for like 7 months. Finally got there. Thank you so much. No somebody unliked. What bastard unliked? Whoever you are, you have a sick sense of humor. Yeah, I definitely think they want to go up and repair that poor high today. Now they're doing it again. Thanks, guys. Thank you. No, I don't care. It was at 100. I'm happy with it. You can take them back. Yeah, I'm probably flat for the rest of the day, too. Maybe if we got above the value area. I mean, look at this. We just pulled the value area up to the high of the day. Guys, value is higher. But yeah, so maybe if we got a big spike above this, lots of excess, I might try to short it again for rotation to the POC. But I'm probably stepping aside for the rest of the day as well. Those 3 unlikes are repaired with the 2 excess likes on the 100. I love it, Jeff. You see? Life imitates art. We didn't get the breakout. We got pulled back into the previous day's range. And then we pushed above. Thank you, Dr. J. Appreciate it, brother. You know what's funny is like the other day I was having like a not an argument but like a debate with my girlfriend. We were trying to decide what to do in a particular situation. So I finally I was like, you know what? Let's measure the risk versus reward. And I started going into like a lecture of the risk versus the reward. And she was like, would you stop being a trader? It's basically a pros and cons list if you think about it. Yeah, but it looks like that 20 is about to break on the NQ. That could bring in a pullback on the NQ, which could bring in a pullback on the ES. Okay, they're trying to repair that J-Lo and fill the single print. Yeah, Donkey, this did end up being a healthy push higher and a very beautiful trend day. I'm just not sure I would go long here. That's just me personally. A good chance we go up and repair the poor high, but we've also got these weak references below. You know, even this weak D period low is still at the lower end of value, so it wouldn't be unreasonable for the market to come down here. So I'll just sit by and let it do its thing. But you know what I am thinking about? Value clearly higher than the previous day, right? So is this the first of a multi-day trend higher? Making all-time highs? Continuing higher? I think maybe. Oh, the dash S means sarcastic? Well, you learn something new every day. I don't think it was sarcastic. I think this is healthy. Oh, if you're looking at the little number 5 here, that just shows us how many TPOs there are in the POC. I don't look at that at all. It's just it automatically puts it there. Teach me, wise Buddha. Teach me. Yeah, I mean the candles here on the 15 minutes look great for the ES, but the NQ does look like it wants to roll over. But this is just like a clear dip that could push higher. That's right, Lewis. Truer words have never been spoken. So yeah, we're just beautifully bouncing off the moving average here. Internals finally starting to lift. So yeah, what we're experiencing now is just acceptance of these higher prices. Acceptance of the new all-time high, which is poor and needs repair. on the what the hell sentiment, right? How does market work? How does it happen? Balance leads to excess. Excess leads to balance, right? We had a giant push higher this morning. Lots of excess. So now we're just doing some balancing, some rotation. Perfectly normal, perfectly natural. Would love to see us come down here and repair, all these weak references and even this D period low. Get down there and repair that real quick. Then rotate up in the M period and repair the poor high, or vice versa. Yeah, me hearties, no change here. Still just having some two-sided trade. Market's trying to figure itself out. We definitely have acceptance at these higher prices, but we got 3 week references above, 5 week references below, 6 actually. There's one off screen. So it's anybody's ball game, folks. Could go up, could go down. We can take bets in 4 minutes about the M period. But honestly, I don't see anything worth trading for me here. I just love the fact that we're getting acceptance higher. It could likely lead to further bullish days ahead. Oh man, I missed the start of the M period. All right, guys. Ryan, 4,000. High 4,000. You guys both think we're getting to 4,000? I mean, never say never, but there's a lot of weakness below this market. So 4,000 seems to be pushing it. Let's go. Let's see what happens. So everyone else, jump in. Give me your guesses. What's the M period going to do? Where are we going to be in 30 minutes from now? We just created another week low here in the M period. We did not repair the L period low. So lots of poor structure right here. Lots of poor structure up here. Who's going to be the winners? Who's going to be the losers? Hit me up in the chat. Okay, 69, little pull lower. 67 lower. 68 lower. 65. Almost certainly wrong. Fair enough. 82 higher. A little bit higher. 85. Jules, good to see you. Been a minute. 84 higher. Okay, good. At least we're not all going the same direction today. 85 and 90. Okay, we'll keep them coming in. I'll jump over to NQ for a second here. All right, well that, my friends, if I was going to teach a lecture on a P-shaped profile, that's a P-shape. Let me get my drawing tool up here so I can make sure everybody sees what I'm looking at. So P-shape is just a sign of short covering more so than new money buying, right? So here's the P right here. Boom. Boom. See the P? So if it were new money buying, what you would get is you would get like, imagine these are the letters. You'd get like random little spots where it kind of comes out. But throughout the day, they'd be all over the place, right? You'd have like little letters, little TPOs going like across here, like in big little sections. This drawing is beautiful, I'm telling you. I should turn this into an NFP. Okay. So that's more of what new money buying would look like. This is more a sign of short covering. I think it's beautiful. But that's great. I mean, you got lots of excess. Oh, whoops. You had excess in the gap. You had excess in all these single prints. And you barely pulled back at all. So that's very bullish to me. And you still got a long way to go to get to your all-time highs. So again, that's kind of bullish because those are going to act as a magnet the price is going to want to get pulled to. So there you go. Let's pop back to the ES here. Okay. The weak references remain weak. Well, I don't trade it. It's not mine. The ES is mine. I fucking own the ES. But the NQ, that's somebody else's ball game. Too much volatility for me. Was 13.880 your call for the NQ? 13.880. I'm so confused. 13.880. That's so far away. Oh, that's the all-time high? Oh, am I just totally missing it? Come on. Okay, now I've lost everything. There it is. Oh, you're right. Yeah, that goes back to that goes way back to like February. Okay, so call that your recent all-time high. Your recent time high. Okay. Let's not question these things. Okay, M period coming in and repairing a bunch of this weakness. Thank you, sir. Or milady, I should say. Only one tick on the single prints. Oh, but they're single prints, so they are repaired. Okay, great. Well, there you go. We did a little cleanup on aisle M period. Swing high. Thank you. Thank you, Ryan. That's the terminology I meant to say the whole time. I was going to say that. Okay, so the ES finally in the M period here, breaking that 20 moving average. How much downside continuation do we get? Do we repair the weak D period low? My guess, if we do, we rotate back up towards the POC. The VWAP at 72. Could get a little bounce there. Oh, they might whip it. They might whip it real good. Doot, 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 doot. Do 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 do. Real good. Pendenza, that version is copywritten, so I had to alter it to protect the integrity of the stream. Okay, so don't ever question me again. I will kill a man for less. Real good. Oh, you got me. To whip it. Whip it real good. What do we think is going to happen for the rest of the end period, guys? Do we think we're just going to keep this slow, boring grind? Or do you think out of nowhere they're just going to come and shoot it off one direction or the other? Whip it, so to speak. What do we think? Do it, donkey. Go all in. I gotta find like a way to keep track of this when people jump in the chat and make a prediction and then their prediction is right. I wish there was a way I could like track it in real time so that like in a month we could see who has the best record. Okay, so once again, that M period low is weak. Yeah, the Discord's a good idea. Make like a special page that's just for people doing that. Could be something to it. Jules is long. She took a grab at that knife. Or he. I'm so sorry, Brian. I know you told me you were a guy once. I mean, the sad truth is, if you look at like yesterday's volume, it was way higher than today in this last, few hours of the day. The rest was about the same. So nothing that impressive. Damn, John, you're getting like specific. I could totally see that scenario playing out. But you must have a crystal ball, my friend. So you're short from 39.80 right here, and you think you're going to get your pullback in the overnight. Could be. There's lots of excess below us. There's lots of single prints down here. So there's no reason why they might not come back and just test that. Where would you put your stop? I mean, to be totally honest with you, bro, if by close today the market is still under that level, I would just put my stop below break even. You know what I mean? Like, just so you can't lose any money and then go to sleep comfortable. Maybe a trailing stop even, if your software lets you do that. But I wouldn't put much risk on it because they could, the overnight traders, let's go back and look at what they did. I think they were just flat, right? They were just neutral. Yeah, so like, anybody that went long in here, I mean, it's the same amount going long and short. It's totally balanced. So yeah, there's no real indication of where they'll take it. But they might be exuberant, right? They might wake up this morning so excited to see that we pushed it higher. We made new all-time highs. We spent a bunch of time up here and put in a bunch of volume. So they may want to just go higher. So yeah, if you're short, maybe just put a nice, safe tick below break even, can't lose any money, and just hope for the best. Put your take profit down here wherever you want it and just hope it fills overnight. Yeah, dude, yesterday, that last minute was nuts. Or was that yesterday or 2 days ago? Yeah, it was just like, it was crazy. It was like it wasn't even the last minute. It was like the last 12 seconds of the market. It was like, it was crazy. Crazy. Walk it off, trading donkey. Walk it off. Yeah, I mean, they're bringing in volatility, but they're just grinding around. Just more acceptance of the value area. Okay, repaired that D period low. We're now below value. 5 minutes, last 5 minutes. Is pistachios, is that like what you get your energy from? I drink coffee. I drank so much coffee today, the coffee stopped working. I was like, I'm getting tired as I'm taking sips. All right. Well, we had a repair of those weak references and a rotation back into value. Now a rotation out of value. And a rotation back into value. Thank you guys so much for today. It was awesome. It was so much fun. I'm so proud of us for getting to 100 likes. And onward and upward, my friends. Let's keep the trend going, both in people with my channel and with the market moving higher. Let's just let these trends go together. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day.